Sprint day, Tuesday, building my best auto captions app. Hang on a minute. So today, I've got my trusty whiteboard up and running, but let me see. There we go. So today's sprint working on the animation position sheet, creating new projects and styles. Today is a public holiday in Melbourne. Being your kid at work day. Hello James, hello Maxim. So today, if I go back to my screen, we have got, so this is where I ended yesterday's stream, and let me just compile it. So it's Melbourne Cup Day in Melbourne today. Melbourne Cup Day is like a day that everyone takes off to bet on horse racing. So we've got the color selection and style selection done. That's what we got done yesterday. Got to update the text here so it says the same text that's on the screen we're editing. At the moment it's always going to say this is a test, but I want to update that. And you can't eat the pen. And then today, so we can customize the animation. And what I want to do is I want to be able to, a better way to change all of the positioning of like just this better screen. So this screen can be updated, so I can, let me look for a better example. So if I go to Kenny, we close it, open it up again. Yeah, well anyway, render, there we go. Or explosion, there we go. So at the moment this is a like a really clumsy way of being able to edit it. So I want to be able to drag the animation around and basically just be able to customize it. We did a bit of that code in in customizing the camera yesterday. So it'll look something like this will help out considerably. Pulling into the code that we did for this. And then I'm going to get stuck into project creation screen and styles, and they sort of follow on from each other. So the project creation screen is this one. This one. At the moment, this is just the template I used for the original video editing app that I created, the ScreenRiz app. Hello, Sadat. Welcome back to the stream. Hello, Catalan. The version of the captions that you're seeing on the screen has some of the fixes that we talked about yesterday. The delay with when the CPU goes overboard, I've now got it. AirPods. Yeah. So that delay should be fixed. And also, I've been able to fix the crashing when I change device. So I'm just testing it today, and if all goes well, you can't take them off. If all goes well, I'll be releasing it, and I'm going to give a shout out to Maximum Catalan in the next version of the app. Like in the settings screen, I want to add in there the people that have helped turn it into what it is. So you guys will be making it in there. So if you got if you got a link, send it in the chat. But I don't think it lets you send chats in there. Like a link to your socials or your profile or something. DM me on Twitter and I'll add that into the app as well. Like with thanks, like a special thanks section, about section. You can't have that. You can't have that. Probably just stay 10 minutes. Thanks for dropping in, Catalan. If I know anything about kids, Adam is giving up the AirPods or something else in 3, 2, 1. You're pretty much right. You can't eat a whiteboard marker. So, that camera dropped out, did it? All right. I think no. Okay. We have. I'm going to put some different music on. Sleeping for 5 hours already. Not you. You just woke up. Now, we want to... So jump over to here. Customize. So the best... It's been a few weeks since I've touched all this code, so basically I'm just looking for where that screen is. Customize animation view, that's a logical name that I named it. Well done Daddy. Now we want, so basically I want to render the captions independently, or at least the animation independently from the screen that we're editing. I just noticed his little hands are on camera there. So we can anchor it either on the active word, so that puts it behind the current active word. We can anchor it on the caption itself, so that... See, my boy, you're off, are you?
Yeah, I'm just going to put him in and I'll come back.
Or it can align on the video frame. The video frame is important for ones where we have like a glass shattering or celebration, where I want it to be full screen. So I might name that full screen. Then we have active word.
What do you want?
I was hoping that the baby shark couldn't be heard in the background because I don't want to be copyright striked. Hopefully there's enough overlay music that it doesn't get caught up by the algorithm.
Yeah, that's okay. Good job.
Turn off lounge room TV. Yeah. No music on stream. That might explain it then. So got... I might get a strike for that one. Integrate this streaming into life around me. So I want to be able to change the animation. We got the ability to repeat or not. So in the example where it's an explosion, you don't want the explosion to repeat, but when it's waving, you want the wave to repeat. Full screen, I've got full screen here. So what is video frame? It either goes to caption or video frame. And then we can change scale of it. So at the moment it's scaled to 50%, but the scaling only works on full screen. So when it's not full screen. So when we're on full screen, we can't scale it. Can we change the position on full screen? No. That all only updates when it's not full screen. I'm going to help load this one in the car. 1 minute. My whole aim is to try to do the live streaming around like my normal day of coding, and that's a really fun and interesting thing to do when I've got kids jumping around everywhere. And I mean, that's fine, I love it, but they're a bit chaotic. So we got some baby shark in the background. Hello Julia, welcome back to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I've got the captions working a bit better since last time you were on. And I was wondering, I don't know if you know much about YouTube copyright strikes, but I'm a bit concerned. I had no music on in the background and the kids were playing Baby Shark. So I'm wondering, or I'm hoping that I don't get a copyright strike for that. But I guess time will tell. The kids they're out for the day or for the morning. Julia, it is Melbourne Cup Day. The stream is a bit laggy. Is that just me? It says it's got all full. I do have a warning to say. Yeah, that did drop out then. My internet, I'm going to switch. Yesterday it worked better when I switched to the hotspot. So I'm going to go back to the hotspot. So it might drop out for a second. 1 minute. Reconnection successful. I'm back. Okay, so I'm connecting now to the hotspot. I think that was working better yesterday. Also, the CPU seems to just melt on the MacBook when I'm doing all of this all at once, and then especially when I'm rendering these video things. So when I do these video things, I think I just cause a lot of headaches for myself, for my MacBook. Let me just make sure I am actually online and I am streaming. If you see me, let me know. I'm opening up. I seem to still be streaming. I think Mac is not dealing with the load of Xcode and streaming. You need M4 Mac Mini. This is an M4 MacBook Pro, and I've got a MacBook Pro M1 sitting over next to me, and seems to be better. Great. I'm also running off Australian internet when it's not running off 5G. And I wonder how much data I've got left on my 5G actually, because that might be an issue. But seemingly when I run off my 5G, it's better than the... Yeah. Running off the internet seems to be troublesome. Running off my 5G off the phone seems to work better. I've got 61 gig of data on my phone, so that should keep us covered for today. Laugh out loud, yay Aussie internet. Julia, it is Melbourne Cup Day in Melbourne. So where you're at, not Melbourne Cup Day. So you don't get a public holiday. But the idea of public holidays is very strange for me in this line of work. It's not like I don't have, like on a Tuesday, a public holiday, and people have their day off, but the rest of the country doesn't have a public holiday, and all of the rest of the world don't have a public holiday. I bet because of all those spiders. I just realized that the Halloween spider is still behind me, if that's what you're referring to, Maxim. One of the kids put a Halloween spider, is that what you mean? I feel like one day I will get a stream and start at everything. You run through everything to make sure everything's going to work fine. And the second you hit record, things start to break. That's something that I'm starting to learn. So that's supposed to be my camera to the whiteboard. Whiteboard's not going to work because I'm hotspotting. That's why. I'm going to have to try to think of a different solution for that in the future. For today, I guess I have to go to my handy notebook. So we wanted today's a Tuesday sprint. Animation position. Project create. And styles. So that's my checklist for today. Animation position, project, create screen. Start off with animation positions. Any ideas on how to sell the software? Welcome to the stream, oddly satisfying. Are you looking to sell like the whole software to a buyer, or sell it, like get customers? What am I using for the lines coded and AI queries? I built that. I created that. So I made a little app called Coding Challenge. And Coding Challenge basically tracks all of my keys that I've been entering into Xcode. Like it just tracks keys, the keys pressed. And when I press enter in Xcode after enough characters being pressed, it counts it as a line. And when I press enter in Claude, it tracks it as a AI query. And then I've made this area, the search area at the top, it doesn't track any keywords, any enters up here, because I was finding in one of my earlier streams, every time I was searching for something, it was triggering a new line, which wasn't the case. Julia, spend a fair bit of time gardening, and the amount of times I've been an inch from a bad spider is concerning. It's an Australia joke, is it? We're just used to Australia, used to jokes. Oddly satisfying. Sell the actual software rights. It values real estate by area and allows for listings like Zillow. I haven't built the lead gen part, and I don't want to, as I have fallen out of love with the project. If you've got revenue, if you've been generating revenue, then sites like acquire.com and flipper.com are your best bet. But generally, people will... Those captions are delayed again. But generally, so when it's the background window, sometimes it can lag. Also troubleshooting the captions app today. There we go. sell the actual software rights. If you're selling the actual rights, if you mean to sell the app, jump on flipper.com or acquire.com. They're the best bets, but generally people want to see revenue generated. When that app is in the background, the captions stop working. So it's not a matter of the stream of audio stopping. It's the fact that when that captions app is in the background, it stops. Force a window always on top. Side quest. Live auto captions. What I want to do is have, I reckon it's in that window delegate. This is where Maxim is an expert. Where do I put window always on top function? So I'm wondering if I just make the window always on top, whether that will fix it. Level floating. Add this line to make the window stay always on top. Modal panel or status bar. Oh, I was going to ask it what each of them are. Floating stays above normal windows. Modal panel stays above floating windows. Status bar stays at the same level as the menu bar. Main menu stays above everything except the screensaver. So we'll call it floating. Turn the captions off and see if that fixes my issue. You can run instruments from Xcode menu and see what's going on with your captions if you feel like you're being distracted. So that window is always on top, that's good. And I wonder if that fixes what I want it to do. Now I've got to add the captions back. I might just close it out of here, close that, and I'll load it up as its own. I'm going to crash OBS if I go down this path too much. Live auto captions. Does that work? Does that work? So the captions have stopped showing on OBS, and last time I did this I crashed OBS. So what I got to do is just clear captions from every screen. So I'm going to just cycle through every single screen, clear the captions, and I'm only going to put it on, I'm only going to put it on the code and the screen. Add Mac OS screen capture, captions test. Capture, and it'll be live auto captions. That was a trigger. Move him over there. Move that up there. Back to the code screen. Now I've got it always on top. I've got it down the bottom a little bit. Let's see if that does it. That was loud. Oh, sorry. Which screen was loud? Sorry. Oh my goodness. be very quiet and just make sure all the levels of what I expect. Caption test, we'll mute that one. Was it the music that was loud? Yeah, I shouldn't be messing around with settings on stream. Lesson learned. Last time I did it, I crashed it. This time I'm destroying everyone's ears. My apologies. But when I was doing stuff in OBS, the volume shot up. Yeah, I jumped to some screen and the volume level wasn't set correctly. But I'm wondering if it was the music or when I switch screens. Alright, so if captions lag out, if the captions lag out, I'm going to cancel it and not go down that quest and then revisit that one. But the fix I implemented didn't seem to work. And we're back to best auto captions. And we're back to editing. The animation screen. So at the moment we grab an image of the current preview. Video preview is CG video preview, CG image. So the video preview is being set on initialization. The pointing dude is every time I say I'm using auto captions, it will show you what the auto captions actually are. I was looking for an arrow that was pointing down. I won't be changing around the screens too much today, so I won't blast all your ears again. So in the customize animation view, I'm not initializing it there, so it tells me what the initialization sequence is, what the subtitle group that I'm working on is, and loads it up. We're showing CG image and CG. I'm having to refresh myself what the code is because it's been a while since I worked on it and I forgot. So render frame, CG image renders the frame, and we don't want to render the whole frame because what that's doing is actually pulling the frame from the actual video, from the actual rendered video. So that's going to have any animation that we put or subtitle already on there. Video frame, this is the video frame, and you can see video frame is actually based on my original, like the animation sequence based on my original app. So I've always called the layer screenshot because the first version of this app was a screenshot rendering app that showed a screenshot doing animation stuff. And then we're showing the video and the frame. So in the video, we're going to get video CG image is, so we might just remove this. I've got a bit of doubling up code or something here. When I compile, am I losing? Seems to be a bit more stable, the stream, when I compile. And we customize. So no CG image is provided. CG video preview. So I think I am pulling the frame of the video independently from the captions. But let's see. I need to pull both of them for it to work. Yeah, so I've got CG video preview needs to be called before it will do anything. I don't have to worry about commenting that one out. Just logged into the Mac I'm borrowing and found the live auto captions on the App Store. It got approved really well. It got approved like the night that I released it, which is really rare for the App Store. And then I submitted version 1.0.1. Good luck with that, captions. And they rejected it, and they rejected it for a reason that was in the original version. So they're really annoying. But there is a bug that Catalan has pointed out, Julia, where when you change devices, it is crashing on the version that's in the App Store. So this version that I'm using at the moment has a fix for that, but I'm testing it on stream to see if I can fix the other issues before I release it. Julia is one of my inspirations for streaming some really good content, gaming content. And the style that she runs with is really chilled and laid back. Devices, I mean mic. Yeah. So when you switch between, like, if my son had taken my headset off, and in the previous version the captions would have crashed because it would have disconnected from the Bluetooth, but now it'll delay like 3 seconds before it starts doing the captions again, because I found it was trying to do too much when you switched. I should be okay with version 1.0. My inspiration. Very meta. I'm getting there with the streaming. Julia's advice to me with streaming has always been, don't get too carried away and don't get too stuck down the rabbit hole with setting up a stream, and just get stuck into streaming. And I didn't take that advice because I built custom captions, custom sidebar, custom... But I think it's just that advice with anything. You just throw yourself into it and just do it. Keep at it. So this will CG image seems to be the captions rendered. Actually, I can just turn that back on. So CG image is captions rendered, and that's not rendering. Because I've turned it off there. So that will just be the so that's rendering the animation and the caption. So the way that I set it up, the crude way of doing it, I've got two layers. I've got the video frame in the background, and then I got the animation layer in the foreground. Building some tools that are relevant to streams so it works out. Well, what I'm trying to do is understand what people are doing on stream and then implementing, like creating tools for it. And that's been my whole trajectory with building apps. I just do new stuff, see where the pain points are, then apply my coding knowledge to it. So we've got the subtitle and animation displayed. Now I need to make a decision whether I go down the path of rendering the animation independently and then having to sort of recode all of the elements of it. And that's probably preferable because then I can just use Swift UI mechanisms for dragging it around. Whereas at the moment I'm changing the actual like variables within the animation sequence. So I don't know that we need to have the subtitle. We kind of do need the subtitles rendered. But I want to be able to pull the subtitles out of the frame without pulling, because the subtitles are being rendered as they would show on frame, and that's important to have in the foreground so that I know where the animation is sitting. So for the time being, I'm going to leave the animation showing in there, and then I'm going to remove that later. So we have the video preview, which is quite a straightforward and logical name. CG image is not straightforward and logical name. What we might name that one is CG image video frame. CG image subtitle frame. And that way I know what I'm actually dealing with. Not as highbrow as my content. It's very wholesome content. Definitely recommend checking out Julia's stream because it's less that like PewDiePie type in your face yelling and screaming type stuff. It's literally, and in the name you can see it's literally just a chilled session of soothing gaming, some chat, and some relaxing beats. Julia chilled Twitch. I'm adding it to the channel. Whoop. Paste. I'm gonna have the fun part of determining GIF location, which will be URL nil on render frame. I should have so I should be able to pull the GIF animation from here, and that I might actually be able to turn it off somehow. Instead of pulling it from there, maybe I can find it. How did I call it? Oh, and let's play Elden Ring DLC. what I want to do is pull out the animation that I'm using. So the best way to remind myself how I did that is to step through how I'm setting it. Animation, selecting the animation. So this is the customize button that appears here, and then underneath is the animation select button. It shows the GIF selection, on change, apply background video URL. And we've got under the subtitle group. That makes life easier. So I've got the subtitle group, and under the subtitle group, I've got style, and in style, I've got background video. So it's under subtitle group, style, background video, URL. So that's the URL of the animation. And what I want to do is say GIF location equals subtitle, style, background video, URL, and then when I have the GIF location visible all set, then I have GIF image view. And how do I initialize that? URL, GIF location, cannot convert URL to expected type string, absolute string. URL is not required. So theoretically, this makes the animation appear and loop. I have 2 inspirations now. I have some ideas, maybe one day. A little bit shy in this regard, not sure I'm capable of streaming. You ask, so Julia does know me in real life, and you ask her whether she thought she'd ever see me streaming, and I'm pretty sure she would say no. And if you asked me a couple of months whether I'd be streaming, I'd say no. But what I really love doing is the fact that, and you asked Julia whether I've been coding, like this is legitimately my obsession, and I can talk about it non-stop. Those captions still lagging a bit. I can talk about it non-stop, and so if I can just talk about coding and just do coding and share my passion for coding, then I'm happy doing that. And my jokes are 1 out of 10 is hilarious, the rest are questionable. Note to Adam, I'm liking how you're talking out your thought process. I'm slowly getting the hang of doing it. Like I was trying those Pomodoro technique, and then locking myself in to do work, but it just seemed very forced. So this is the style that worked with me, but speaking out my thought process doesn't work as well as it doesn't work straight away. I needed to be a bit more comfortable doing it. But now my family knows when I'm streaming because I'm sitting on the computer talking to myself. Now why is that not even loading? So we should have loaded that. And it's doing something, but it's not doing what I want it to do. So let's see what it's actually set. Okay, we're going to see what I actually set. So it definitely set the location. I see it's gone to Giphy still, so I've got to update that code to be tenor keyboard. It's part of my cleanup. I've got a list of cleanup tasks which is getting quite long. These are my cleanup tasks. Cleanup, tenor keyboard, GIF keyboard. So at the moment it's using Giphy, and they're starting to charge people $2,000 a year to use their API. So I moved away from Giphy and I'm using tenor keyboard. And GIF location isn't set to nil. GIF location is working. It's just not loading the GIF properly. GIF image view, background color green. So it definitely sets it. And then I saw it flash green. So it's doing something weird. So it's definitely... So it's loading white. So I have it going to this inner view. So it's like a view that I've created to render the GIF. So for some reason, I reckon that's the bit that's failing. Which is weird because it's working there. It's not even doing anything. GIF image view. Initialize. Yes, it's being initialized. So it's loading a blank. Yeah, so it's loading blank. So it's trying to load the bundle. So I'm loading the wrong element. This must be an internal one that was created. So go back to the app. I'll find where it is. So it's under animation, and then under that we've got GIF image view. So that's what we're calling in there, and it's working in there, and the URL customize, close, reopen. Maybe not. GIF search view, GIF image view. The reason why it's because I didn't call it from here. I've launched it independently in there, so it wasn't hooking into the breakpoints. GIF image view. Let's see what the URL is for that. That URL is that is loading up. GIF image view. That's loading up a different one that I'm using in the other view. What am I loading up over here? GIF image view. And then that is wanting a URL. So it's falling back to not loading the image is the issue. So that works as expected. That's loading the GIFs. Load them all one by one. There's a lot there. And then when I interesting that it's recalling it. Customize. GIF image view URL, GIF image view name. So I'm calling it with the wrong initializer, and that's calling this code instead of a URL code. The idiosyncrasies of Swift UI, being able to have multiple functions, the same name, but just called differently. I feel like that other bit of code could probably disappear. Customize, there we go. Okay, so where am I using? Yes, I've got two different structures named the exact same thing. The one with the string, I reckon I'm not using that anywhere anymore, but we're going to find out in one moment. Yeah, I'm not using it anywhere. So that was a bit of legacy code. GIF image view your because that will trip me up again and again. So I'm going to remove that. Is it going to compile? Yes. Customize. So that's what it looked like when it's full screen. But when it's not full screen, we want it to replicate. And actually, I might turn that layer with the animation on so I can just replicate. Then I've got like a framework. I know what things will look like. And then it's a matter of getting this GIF image view to do exactly what the rendered frame would do. So if I go to here, customize. So I want Kenny to be in this version. He stays in the middle of the screen there. When it's the active word, video frame. So that's just the alignment where it aligns. And because the text says this is a duck, we're going to say this is a duck. And I remember I've set that to a specific height. So we called that the animation layer pulled from subtitle group. Background video. There's a lot of references to background video. Subtitle render. I've got the background. When background video settings anchor does not equal active word, then we have background video settings scale. Background video has background video settings, and that has the scale. And that's what we've got here. Render. And then we're setting background video settings position. We'll say GIF animation layer, which be background video. Animation background video, what did I call it? Just video URL. Video URL. Animation layer. Animation layer URL. And then we will have animation layer equals animation layer URL effect scale effect, and that will be animation layer setting scale. Value of optional type URL must be unwrapped to URL. Animation layer URL. So I'm not expecting this to work exactly how I want, but I do want to see that scale effect is now being directly impacted when I resize it. Well, there you go. Render the duck. So the duck actually renders a little bit smaller. But that's calling... Hang on. Yeah, so that's also rendering the size of the duck in the frame itself, isn't it? So he's a little bit bigger. Amazing how lucky you are. 74 warnings, force unwrap, and it still works. What is the name of the widget that shows the number of lines code? Welcome to the stream, Assassin. That's a little widget that I created. And I get a lot of people asking about that, so I think I'm going to polish it up and put it onto GitHub at some stage. It tracks how many lines of code I've done, it tracks, and it just tracks, basically it's just tracking keystrokes on my Mac, and when I'm in Xcode and I've typed some lines and then press enter, it tracks that as a line of code. And the same with AI. So when I go to AI and I type something and press enter, it'll trigger an event for looking at AI. So it's a nice approximation, and it's got a little bit of a dead zone up here so that it doesn't trigger searches as new lines. Will I be setting up the YouTube members program? Julia, I just got accepted yesterday into the YouTube creator program. What's it called? But I am now officially a YouTube partner, which means I can monetize the videos, monetize shorts, I can set up memberships, and I can set up supers. But I'm not entirely sure how it all works. I've got to investigate all of that a bit more. Those subtitles are delayed too far again, aren't they? They're quite delayed. I'm going to turn them off. That needs more work. So putting them in the foreground didn't work. I think what happens is it runs, when the CPU is running quite heavy, it deprioritizes the recording of the audio coming into the app. Assassin, thanks. I think it's a very cool widget. Would you please explain again how it checks lines added? Does it check git changes? All it does is just detecting my keystrokes in Xcode. So it's a nice approximation of what is happening. So here it is here. I've got keyboard. So I got this class called keyboard monitor, and all it does is it's just tracking when enter key is pressed. When the enter key is pressed, it's returning app name and the key count. The key count is how many characters were entered into the app name. If the app name is Xcode or the name is code, which is VS Code, and if the previous characters are greater than 3, it logs an event as C code line. If it's Claude or ChatGPT, it logs an event for AI question. This checks to see if there's been anything in the last 30 minutes. So I've gone for a 30-minute streak. I was going to do some sort of interesting animation, but I haven't done that. And then it triggers the AI queries frame. And then I've just, the actual widgets itself, I've got 4 scenes set up. Scenes coded. So scenes coded is this one. AI queries is number of queries since AI. Then I've got all stats. And then I've got what my topic is for the day. Make Duplo duck emote for the memberships, and that'll be perfect. I have to learn what it's all about and how it works. But yeah, I've got to do something with the duck. The duck is accidentally a feature. But Sass and I will. What I'm going to do is probably release it on GitHub. I don't think it's something that would go on the App Store. I think the App Store would have an issue with a keystroke logger going on there. But the GitHub might work better. And then that way people can look through the code and make sure it's not actually copying their code. But my ultimate aim was to even people can download the app and they can code along and then have like a leaderboard that pops up. One of the scenes will be a leaderboard to show like who's joining in, who's coding, and maybe this is a conversation we're having about memberships. Maybe if you become a member, you can jump in to have your name and the project you're working on featured on that sidebar, and it has a leaderboard to show who's coding, who's not, and their progress. It wasn't a clever idea at first. I found out when I was searching that it was tracking it as a line of code. So now it tracks where the mouse is. So I've just got to make sure I keep the mouse up there when I search. The duck needs to be... I wonder if... So if I go background color, green, opacity, just a little bit. Do background color, blue, opacity. Maybe it's just as simple as these 2 frames at different sizes. So they're... So I think that's what's happening. So the blue frame is doing 100%. So we'll make that the overlay. And that might just be the simple solution. The leaderboard idea is, I mean, that's the ultimate aim where I'm going for Sasson. And then I can get carried away with this. I really can. So I have to pull myself back. There we go. So that's the same size now. That works as expected. So the leaderboard thing, how is the auto captions doing on App Store? It ranked 158 on the App Store in the first day of release, so it entered the charts. but I discovered you only need 8 downloads to enter the charts on the App Store because the Mac App Store is quite... There's not a lot of people downloading apps on the App Store on the Mac. So that's why I created a landing page for that one, hoping that some of the search engine optimization will... I mean, I think the Discovery channel is search engine optimization, not the App Store, with a Mac app. Now we want to change the position. And we've got the position, once again, if you saw yesterday, scale is set as a percentage. 0.5 is 50%. Position left, 50% means middle. Y, 50% means vertical middle. So, position X and Y. What I want to do is get the width and the height of the frame. So I want to get the frame size. One thing one of the things I don't like, but what I don't like most about Swift UI is this geometry reader and getting sizes of things through geometry reader. Frame size equals proxy.size. So we'll have the frame size, and we want the animation settings, position X, that's a percentage, so 0.5 times frame size width. I think I'm always running off the width, not the height of the frame size of the animation. This is probably not going to work. Compiler is taking too long. It didn't like me. I think it's probably just because it's playing with integers or double. That worked. CG point. Is a CG float. I'm already unwrapping it, so I don't need to use the self version. Hello Brandon, welcome to the stream. Thank you. I'm trying to keep up the work. SwiftUI has the onDrag modifier that lets you drag the view around. It provides offset that you can apply with offset modifier. Position. So that offset modifier, I need to translate it to. Oh, that worked. So when I drag it around the screen, then I've got to calculate what percentage that is on relative to the screen, I guess, because the animation frame runs in as a percentage, not a fixed value. That gives me a good, so we're talking visual effect, content proxy, in proxy size of view. Create new snippet. I'm going to create a snippet, a code snippet, and revisit that. Geometry reader alternative. It's a view, so if you apply an offset, it'll offset to that amount. I want to add on drag to the GIF image view. The user should be able to move the GIF image around, layer around. This will translate the animation layer settings position X and Y as a percentage of the element on completion of drag. So we can drag the GIF around the view, and when we stop dragging, it updates the position X and position Y. Will this work? See, I didn't press enter, so that didn't trigger. There we are. On ended. Let me just copy that, paste it all in there. Existing controls. Just write all the code so I can copy paste into Xcode. But what it's suggesting is on drag gesture, dragging is true. We have the drag offset. Then we have the frame size. That's what we're dealing with already. And that translates the percentage, I hope. Yeah, so current X divided by frame size width, current Y divided by... Let's see if that works. Initializer for conditional binding must have optional frame size. We don't need that to be optional because we've already set that here. Is Claude better than ChatGPT for coding? We've discovered that Claude is a bit better for refactoring code, but for creating code, they're pretty much on par. And lately, I've been defaulting more towards Claude. That's not really letting me drag it. Is that because it's a window that's moving around? Customize animation view. We will make it it's a navigation link. Customize. You already unwrapped it instead of dot gesture. Gesture, drag, gesture. Seeing that it is actually triggering, dragging it. No, it's not even triggering it. Not triggering. Let's see, Maxim says priority gesture. High priority gesture, so you're on the right track. High priority gesture. Print at. Still not doing it. Could be because of the type of view that I'm using. So I might move it to a Z stack. But it kind of does something. But that's got nothing to do with the drag gesture, that switch there. It's set as an overlay. Maybe it's because we've set that as an overlay. Still not draggable, and it's not triggering my at. Oh. Still not draggable. It's not triggering my at debug console. I tried adding it to a Z stack just in case. Still not working. Here's my code. You're typing from memory without using fancy schmancy internet. I think there is a priority gesture, so I think you were right. I think it's called high priority gesture. Let's modify the gesture handling by moving it directly to the GIF image view and making it more gesture responsive. Simultaneous gesture. Simultaneous gesture. Drag gesture. Minimum distance 0. Oh, you know what it is? I've got that whole frame at the front of it. So I've got this whole frame over top of it. So it's not going to let me do it because there's actually an image rendering over top of it. There you go, that works now. And then it translates it to the correct one. And we can successfully move it up, but we can't bring him back down. High priority gesture. Before I forget, we'll put that one back there. High priority gesture. Drag gesture. And this is the there is a layer over top which is causing which is preventing me from accessing the element to drag it. What's the command I can use to ignore user input on this element? Allow hit testing false. This Claude guy will leave me out of my work soon. I need to release my apps ASAP. I think that's the key. Like, I'm running on the theory that anything we build now, I mean, these tools are so good. In a few years' time, anyone can build them. So now is just that race to get apps established. There we go. So now I can move it around. And it works. And it actually updates the position. That's how I want it to work. It works. Thanks. Now I want to apply the same type of drag gesture for pinch and pinch and I don't know what the other word is for pinching, so I can zoom or set the scale effect with a gesture. Simultaneous gesture, it's called a magnification gesture. So we got simultaneous gesture, we'll put that one back in there. Simultaneous gesture, we've got, let's see how that goes. Now I have to use some hotkey on the Mac, don't I? Because you can't actually pinch the screen. That's the one. So I think you go like this. Gonna have to run that on my phone to see if it actually works. Oh, my phone's really hot because I'm hotspotting off it. The alt click, like, I think that was the gesture I was using. Alt, like, it's the option key, so that those icons pop up. But I'm not sure that it's actually working. I can see the scale is increasing, but only incrementally. So I just want to test if it's working properly on the device. Did I apply the scale though? Scale, settings.scale is there, and then up here, I can't see it now, but I did have the, we've got some, so I go back to a previous version of the code. So I do have the scale effect here, animation settings, scale, and then down here we have settings, scale. Where's it saving that to? So settings position, so it is setting it to the same one. Waiting for it to load on the phone. The main factor of mobile development is fixing and finding bugs. That's kind of all coding, but especially in SwiftUI. SwiftUI has some weird quirks. I loaded up a video that had no subtitles, so it crashed. This is a duck. Go to keyboard cam. So I added the subtitles and go here. I want to rickroll. So it's acting the same as on the screen. It's setting it, but it's setting it on change. So I want it to set, so I can move it around. Kind of working as expected. So we've got two issues there. First issue is when I scroll down, it's trying to dismiss the sheet. And the other issue is when I pinch the view, it is applying the scale immediately, not after I finish pinching. Can I explain my thought process and why I decided to build this idea? I'm currently in the process of building an app. My consensus, my thought process is that these AI tools are doing really well. AI tools are the next wave of where things are going, and if there's a lot of people developing tools that like scan. I've got a few of them. You can scan something, you can identify it. Things for like text generation. But the current frontier I find is video editing, creating videos, applying AI video in a way that you can edit. So I'm betting on the idea that there's some use cases for AI with video editing. For the very short term, it's like I want to create a video editor that I can put my YouTube video into the video editor. It can pull out all the ums, all the ahs, intelligently know where my takes are in the video, and then extract that part, like create the edit of the video automatically, and then save some time in the process. But to get to that stage, I have to create a video editor app, and this app is a spin-off of the video editor app, because the video editor app is going to have the ability to add subtitles, and then as I'm building it, it's sort of spinning off these little children apps along the way. Maxim, it's not actually calling as a sheet. This is calling as a navigation view. So it's actually a navigation link, because and that if I can override it, cancel. If I can override it so that I can keep it as a sheet, I'll show you what I mean. In terms of editing these captions, the sheet comes up, and I like that I can quickly dismiss the sheet. So that's a feature that I want to keep. And then customizing this is an animation, is a navigation link. So that might be the full size sheet. That will be the alternative I do rather than the navigation link. But if I can keep it that same ease of use, I'll be happy. But I'm not married to the idea of this being a slide away sheet. This definitely I want to keep as a slide away sheet. How did you go? On ended. So on change and on ended, we have magnification gesture, we've applied a temp scale, so we've got a temp scale. Temp scale is setting it. That means in the scale effect, we want to have applied the temp scale to it. So to answer your question, Sasson, I'm going down the path of thinking that this is a complex project, and I think the next round of AI is really going to be generated on that video generation stuff and video editing stuff. And since I've been developing this, that's already taken leaps and bounds. I want to get my video editing app to a stage where by the time it's good enough to apply to videos, I've got a framework to apply it to, if that makes sense. All right, let's see if this works. Scaling up, scaling down. That works. We can move it around. That worked. Now, the only other issue I'm having, this entire view is shown in a sheet. When I drag the image around, it's trying to dismiss the sheet. Is there a quick and easy way to prevent sheet dismissing sheet interaction while I'm dragging the image? Thanks for explaining. At what point do you give up an idea because of competition? In other words, how much competition is too much? I'm building an AI calorie tracker. I'm aiming for simplicity. You can use an app like so calorie tracker. You can use an app like Astro. And you can see calorie tracker is 97 difficulty with a popularity of 57. So if you continue down the path that you're building, it's going to be, if you're just targeting on App Store optimization, you're going to be targeting a keyword that's really difficult to rank for. So you'd want to look for other keywords. And I don't think people would be searching for AI calorie tracker. People are looking for calorie counter. See, there's calorie.ai, calorie tracker, making calories simple. Do that, add calorie counter. So for example, with the calorie tracker app, I would be looking at keywords that you could actually rank for. At the moment, it's a really competitive one. So if instead of saying the app is too complicated or too much competition, I'm going to abandon it, what I would do is just focus on getting it released, seeing if you can rank for it. But at this stage, I think it's a really competitive keyword. There is a lot of competition, and I don't know based on what data I should decide to continue or just give up on the idea. If you're nearly ready for release, I say just polish it up, get it out there, move on to the next one is what I would do personally. Adam, can you search for memory games? This is a cool app built by Matteo, and you shouldn't be using me to use it for free. You should be supporting an indie developer. Memory games is competitive. Brain training games. They're all competitive, quite competitive keywords. Boost your brain, something like that. I don't think people will be looking for boost your brain. Astro looks like such a great tool for SEO and competitive assessment before diving in deeply into the idea. That is hit the nail on the head, Julia. That's exactly what I use it for. I come up with the idea. I check the keyword competition. If it's too competitive, I will reassess it. But like auto captions, this is the keywords I'm targeting for this one. Like that's a competition, moderate competition and somewhat popular. So I think I can rank for best auto captions there. But in saying that, since I've started development, like this whole automatic captions field is just blown up. My strategy is to release it for free for 6 months, see if it gets any traction, and then start applying revenue models to it. You've got me all sidetracked. Okay, what was I doing? There we go. Interactive dismiss disabled is dragging. So I can change the interactive dismiss ability of the sheet, but then I've got to push that through. So we're going to have binding variable is dismissible. Sheet is dismissible. And while I'm dragging, sheet is dismissible, false, on end is dragging. Then I've got to pass it up the hierarchy. So we'll have sheet is dismissible. Sheet is dismissible. Sheet is dismissible. Sheet is dismissible, which will be sheet is dismissible. And so edit subtitle sheet is dismissible. And the command was interactive dismiss disabled. I've gone the wrong way with that, so it's not. I think I was supposed to. Sheet interactive dismiss disabled, so I've got to reframe this. Edit sheet dismiss disabled is dismissible. So sheet is dismissible. Sheet dismiss disabled. Sheet dismiss disabled. Sheet dismiss disabled. Edit subtitle sheet dismiss disabled. That's a mouthful. So the theory is that when I'm dragging, failed. Sheet dismiss disabled. Add sheet dismiss disabled to init. I love the grind, Adam. You really inspire me. Well, Auto Clips is making something, he's onto it, the same path. He's worked out that AI video is where things are heading to. We checked out that yesterday on stream, autoclips.app. And that's like a video, a web version of being able to create faceless videos with prompts. Enable it on the end of the gestures. James is going to call it a night, sadly. It's 12:38 a.m. My code is starting to look like, well, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in, James. Appreciate it. The updated initialization is here. Yeah, so binding boolean, that one always putting like observable objects and binding into the init always throws me. It's not going to... Fun. Now I don't know. So it's definitely this part that's causing it not to compile. Maybe not. Why would that not want to compile? Why do I even use init structs have init synthesized? In this case, I want to set... I don't know. In this case, I thought I was setting some custom element that would trigger, but I'm not. I'm going to revert that back. Revert that back. Just seeing where this is falling over now. Sheet is dismissible, not in... There we are. That's the issue. Sheet is dismissible. Sheet dismissed, disabled. We called it sheet dismissed disabled. So we didn't capture all of those. Sheet is dismissible, just that one. Just double check it's going to compile. Like you said, I don't actually know that I need that in there. I love it when SwiftUI does the taking too long. And then you don't really get much more of an error than I gave up. But I know that I'm using it here. So I would say that has to be this code causing it to crash, causing it not to compile. So it's here. Sheet dismissed disabled, sheet dismissed disabled. Sheet dismiss disabled. Sheet dismiss disabled. Here's a boolean. We're not pushing it through the hierarchy, so it's binding sheet dismiss disabled. See if it compiles without pushing the binding. What have I done? Yeah, my views are definitely getting too complex. I just hate pushing like this sort of stuff where I'm pushing something through the hierarchy. All these nested views. Change, dismiss, disabled. Whoa, 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 what happened then? So I want to go, I'm going to remove sheet. We have customize animation view. Preview. Custom animate. We're gonna have we'll have it. We'll have animation sequence and subtitle group. Grouped subtitle, I think I called it. Duration 10, width 100, height 100. Missing argument for parameter settings. Okay. Yeah, so Claude added settings, video settings, when we don't want that there. Settings dot. We want it to be animation layer settings. Animation layer settings, animation layer settings. I can make life easier for myself by variable settings, video settings, return animation layer settings. Optional type requires, we'll just do that. But that wants to set as a, yeah, okay. Scrap that idea. Settings. animation layer settings, animation layer settings, animation layer settings. Animation layer settings. Cannot find animation layer in scope. How did I set it before? I was using settings. That's for Claude did that. I wasn't using settings. I was using settings. Ah, that's why I'm using the initializer, because I'm initializing the settings, because it's copying. I need that initializer back. So the initializer is creating a copy of the settings. And then when I hit save, it's updating the settings. So I have the settings variable set. So settings, initial settings. So it's setting the initial settings and then setting that as the settings. And then when I save, it's saving it. But that's not going to fix the compile error that I'm having. The sheet dismiss disabled is 1, 2, 3 down the path. And I've got it here as the first one. So I want that to be after subtitle group. I want that to be there. That should compile. There we go. Now I've got to push it through the hierarchy. I changed too many things all at once. So I caused a headache for myself. Dismiss. We want to now go through the hierarchy of this sheet. Dismiss. We don't want it to be in the edit subtitle group. We do edit subtitle group view. We want that to be so we want that to be binding. Hoping that's pushing it through correctly. Initializer failed because it couldn't be bothered. We have binding sheet dismiss disabled, and that is on the edit subtitle group. Edit subtitle group. After subtitle group, I want to add it in there. Init update init for sheet dismiss disabled after subtitle group. It's added a lot in there. All I really want is that and that. Edit subtitle group view. And here is where I add it. I called it sheet dismiss disabled, and then where am I editing it here? When I edit it, I click it, that's the empty one. Dismiss disabled. In the timeline view, go edit subtitle group there and edit subtitle group there. Yes, I've got the timeline view, which is this view here. So it's pushing it through the hierarchy here, but I need it to be in there. And I don't actually think that this view is going to end up in the final version of, or the version 1.0. Edit subtitle sheet dismiss. So it's in the caption timeline view. We're going to add this bit here. Group there. Edit subtitle sheet dismiss disabled. Let's see if it pushes it through the hierarchy now. Better to use environment object for global settings. That's a good idea. I should have done that. Customize. Now, can I drag it without the sheet being dismissed? No, I cannot. Let's see if that even works to begin with. True. If I can't get this to work shortly, I'm going to abandon and make that a full screen. So this shouldn't be dismissible. And yeah, so it's no longer dismissible, but it still gives the user input to dismiss it. So that screen, that customize button needs to be full screen. So let's undo all that craziness. Dismiss disabled. I can restore this to its former self. I can remove this. 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 That moment where you're just undoing all of that code. I can remove this. I can remove this. I can remove this.
The number you have called is no longer in service.
remove that. I can remove that. Dismiss disabled. I don't even think this will compile. I think I've got some code stuck somewhere that I forgot to remove. It compiled. And then in the customize button, where are we? It's on the view that says animation. This customize button, instead of this being a navigation link, this now is a button. And the button will behave exactly the same, I hope. Full screen cover is presented. Show customization sheet. Show customization sheet. Why have I put that in there? Equals true. Now it's a full screen. Probably should have done that from the beginning. There's a bit of a flash that I don't like. Why would that be flashing? Oh, I've lost the controls at the top. So I need this to be set as a navigation view. Init is not a good place for that. Better to use state variable local settings, and then when apply, push it to global. Better yet, use environment object. But I think it's more complex at this point. Control B will build compile without running. I notice you run it then go back. I'm learning. I like that. I have render. We also want to, so we want to make that one. All this text is a lot smaller than I thought it would be. I'll make it a H stack at the moment because that render button needs to stay there while I'm debugging. That'll be called save. Or close. Because we're actually saving it straight to it, aren't we? Close. Close. Have is presented to be pushed through it. in the end, and at the end of the gesture, what's happening there to make it flash. I think there's redrawing everything is my gut. That didn't compile. Maxim doesn't like me initting structures. I feel bad for doing it now. I'm in too deep. Is presented. On change is presented. At the end of the drag gesture, I'll wait for this to, it's not going to compile. This needs to be, so is presented needs to be first. Control B says Maxim. Control B. Customize animation view. This is what's not working. Got is presented animation sequence. Is presented animation sequence. Subtitle on change. Subtitle sheet dismissed disabled. Claude's added that back in there. So we're setting the settings, because I think that it's the, let's do a magnification. So if I don't set the settings, yeah, so when I change the settings, the whole thing is state object. Would I want to be doing that? This is my customize animation view when I save to settings, it is redrawing the entire view. This is how I'm setting up video settings. There's an on-change modifier that's doing a full refresh. There we go. So I'm doing a full refresh of the whole thing when settings are changed. Because what I was originally doing is just rendering the frame, but I'm no longer wanting to render the frame as such. I kind of do. Let me just restore that, make sure it is saving it. Move it, save, move it, save. So that is clearing the subtitle frame and clearing the video frame. We don't need to do that. Render subtitles. So this code will render, do the subtitle rendering and then trigger on change. So I do need that, but I'm not sure that I need to clear the subtitle frame and the video frame. And then I think because I've got on change here, it's going into the animation. If I remove render subtitles, so when at the moment when it detects settings are changed, it's re-rendering the subtitles in the background, and then that's pushing it, I'm assuming pushing it up through the hierarchy. Render frame, render subtitles, on change. I'm not sure that I need to update it every time the settings are changed. Now that it's a full bit of an annoying glitch, but it kind of works. Increase size. So I'm actually thinking We don't need them anymore, so I could remove that. And everything's small because I've got small as in the button here. I'm set the text style to small in the button. So at the moment, it's a pretty inefficient way of doing it. Every time I move it, it's re-rendering the subtitles. Every time settings are changed, it's re-rendering the subtitles. That gets me that weird glitch while it's rendering it. So if it's going to be a long video, the longer the video, the more of a glitch that's going to be. So what I want to do is have, at the moment it's saving straight, well, it's a bit of a mix. It's saving to settings. Video settings is a struct, not a class. So all these references to animation layer settings, I move this to here because I don't want to have to render the animation layer to get the preview. Yeah, so that's not glitching, but when I save it, that's not going to save it. So now on close, this is where I add the code to render the subtitles, trigger a change, and set presented to false. Instead of on change, I should make that on save. And we have animation. We had settings. Where were animation layer settings? Animation layer settings equals self settings. So only updates it now when I hit close, and because it's the full screen, we know that we're animation layer is overdid with states. What do you mean? There's a lot of states in there. So now this does that. I click close. That then should theoretically have saved its position. Yes. So it's only on close now that it actually renders it to the subtitles. So on longer videos, so I can have him there. He can move up there. Close, close. So that's working as expected. Have we lost the ability to zoom? No. So I can make him too big. Cool. We have the duck. So I do want to remove that element at some stage, the rendering of the frame. I only want the subtitle there. But also I think this logic can apply to the subtitles themselves when I want to change the position of the subtitle. How do I default it? So remove it out of there. I only put it in there to test it. So it was inside that little tooltip header section. State is a wrapper that persists the value between the view instances. Because view is instantiated multiple times because of SwiftUI optimization, it's not like it's creating only once. That's why using init is not good. You will end up with weird bugs, which is what I'm finding. But it's baked in at the moment, I feel. Alright, so the text size is the right size. But yeah, I've got that Claude initialization that it does. Just from the simple fact of making code manageable and then having to create the init is something that I want to avoid in the future. Yeah, so that rendered the previous frame. So I think I can remove that render now. I think that's, I'm not quite sure. We'll leave it just yet. Because we do have full screen option. So we want to do so the full screen needs to, I'm just thinking that anchor, when I do it to active word, that's going to be tricky to determine the XY position. I think it's going to always be anchored to caption except for full screen. When it's full screen, I'd like the GIF. Position. When we go full screen, the settings need to be updated. Settings wrapper. So when we go full screen, the scale will always be 100%. We no longer want to be able to change anything. If not, settings full screen. Can I, instead of doing that, can I do that a bit higher up? So drag gesture if settings. Will that let me do that? Because when it's full screen, we no longer want to have any customization happening. It's just going to be full screen. Can't do that. My concern is if I add it to the on-changed area, it's still going to give the option to change it. Maybe I just, if not settings full screen, then that GIF view displays, else this is the full screen GIF. for ease of, we'll make that green just so we know what we're doing. Can't not return a gesture. In this instance, that's annoying, but I think this is the workaround. It just shows one or the other. And it's as easy as that, I think. And I think version 1.0, it would be nice to have active word, because one of the animations I wanted to have was like an explosion behind each word. But I think for version 1.0 we abandoned that logic. How do I tell the user? So if I go to customize, I want to remove that frame. I want to be able to tell the user that you can change its position. So repeat and full screen remain on screen. Anchor, it's always going to default to caption for now. Customize. So we have the ability to resize. I want to have a label on there to say move. Show the border around with some indication it's draggable. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Add 1 pixel red border. To 3 pixel red border. We can remove background. I like the idea of having those little boxes around the edges so I can increase the width and the height, but I'm not sure how much I want to code that. I might make that 5. Show the border around with some indication it's draggable, like Photoshop. Like cross with arrows in the middle, but better use overlay, resize and scale view and do the indicators there. I didn't know that overlay was a thing. Ah, resize and scale view. So you reckon create my own view? add the 5 pixel red border, and while wow. Ah, corner handles. It did like corner handles and everything. That's nice of it. I could really go down the path of making that customizable. It's the view I need to code. So I like that. That's getting there. Do I want to code the draggable corners is the question. That one there. That one offsets that and up. That one offsets left, back, and there. And then this one offsets 15 and X and 15Y. $30 will be 20. 15 will be 10. That gives the indication that it can be dragged. So the line width is 5. Make the line width 6. It'll be 23, 23, 23, 23. I think I've got to... That works. Then he can move around. It's pinch and zoom. Use hand pinch symbol in Z instead. Hand pinch. Did a typo in line 24. It would be, from the mouse perspective, I feel like I want to have the little bits on the outside to be able to move that. Having a let's see what it looks like. I think it will save the time. You can place a in the middle and somewhere in the bottom hint with pinch. Yeah, I think that's a better way of doing it. The ideal way of managing this would be with each of these corners being able to be draggable. But in doing so, I'm not looking forward to creating that. I guess that's white. That's why I can't see it. Ah, it's lost the foreground color again. Not sure. I mean, that's the best way to tell the user that they can drag it. Yeah. How to create an inverted mask. So I have a rectangle, and I want it to be black except for a rectangle in the middle. How? There are a few ways to create an inverted mask in SwiftUI. Here's the most straightforward: fill style EO fill true. So that, I guess, let's see if that works. There we go. So what I want to do opacity 2. Rectangle, we have width and height. Height. Frame width, height. I wonder if I can do this. I don't know what this is going to do. But I'm hoping I can invert to just have the... Not as expected. That's because the rectangle is what we're dealing with. So what if I create an overlay? The mask is, so that rectangle is silly size. That'll just create a black square, but I want to see if that black square extends all the way across. Well, we won't create a black square. Maybe it's not dark enough. So I want to have a rectangle with a stroke. And I want that frame to be too big. And that does that. Now I want a Z stack with the frame in the middle. So we have to offset. Do we have to offset that? That will create, well, that we've already set the width there. Whoop, wrong one, but doesn't matter. I want the everything in the background to go a transparent color. I'm not happy with the red. So I want to make the red white. To make the red white, I want to have a semi-transparent background. Just seeing if this is... No, that's not going to work because this is the mask. So we have a rectangle. Rectangle is black. Rectangle is a size larger than the boundary of the screen. Let me just make it green, see if it's going outside of the actual image. Yeah, so I want that to be the full width, and then I want to cut out in the middle. How do we do this? So we fill it. We set the rectangle. And then the frame that we're cutting out is that frame. There we go. And then I want to have that as black, opacity, quite a high opacity. I want that to be white. We can lower the width of it. And make the opacity 8. Then we've got, I like that. If we go full screen, it doesn't have it. Want that to be white. Add a background, add a shadow to this so it will appear nicely on white backgrounds. Here's the modified code with a shadow that will make the white icon stand out on white backgrounds. You can also add multiple shadows for a sophisticated effect. I like a sophisticated effect. And that way, if it is on a white background, you can still see it. But by default, that's going to be hidden behind the text. In fact, I like that so much. I don't know. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'm not too worried about it. Is there a shadow? Can't even tell. We have Kenny. That works a bit better. Kenny wasn't. Because I'm not saving. I only save it when I do close now. It's just, I'm just trying to keep it in style with the what I've been running with, basically. But I think that turned out a lot better than I anticipated. I'm going to leave that in there because one day I might add the ability to move by corners. And what if we just remove the border altogether? No, That's not going to work. Foreground color clear. Blend mode of the cross may be it color burns. I didn't know I could do that. That's a bit more in line with the style, but I'm not quite sure how good it is with the user knowing that they like that, communicating to the user. Like a best of both worlds, a slight color. And then we have blend mode. Add blend. I'm going to start a new chat because it's going to want to redo everything. Add a blend mode to this image so the background burns through. What is the best option for a watermark to appear above the image? No, not the text watermark. I want the image to be the watermark. Blend mode overlay. You really can't see that. That fits in with the design, but I can't see it. With that said, I think foreground color, opacity, slightly opaque. White is better than color burn. I think it's better than overlay as well. I just want to, yeah, I think that's how I go. And then it's got a nice semi-transparency to it, so you can still see through it. Just from aesthetic is all. Customize, resize, Kenny. There we go. I think that works. And then down here, the repeat, that's not repeating at the moment, and full screen. what I've done, I've created a custom view over, where did I create that yesterday? In the font style. So text style here. I created this custom text style customized button view. What will we call this one? Custom, it will be so I've got the text style. It's actually the content. I've already created a customize content card view. And I add it to the repeat and full screen. Repeat. Full screen. So I just want to bring this in line with the rest of the interface. So we have a repeat and full screen here that just look like they're part of the same app. I've got a V stack that's adding some extra space there. I like it. Full screen, repeat. We can have the tooltip underneath it. Like a tip underneath it or above it. I know, Max taught me Control I, indent. No, that didn't work. Function I. No, there was a function to make all the indenting work. Control I. There we go. And then I want to have a tool tip here. So to customize. We did talk about that before. I don't know what I did pressing the I button, but it compiled it somewhere else. I think it was pinch, wasn't it? Pinch. And we will say create the description that will tell the user they can resize, reposition the image. It will be accompanied with the pinch icon. Subheadline. Hand.pinch. Pinch to resize and drag. I don't need that to be styled really. That's going to go at the top. Up here. I suggest checking the minimum supported versions of SF symbols and make sure they match your app minimum deployment version, otherwise app will crash. Don't think it crashes if I'm doing the system image. I think if I was to do hand pinch, I don't know, but it comes up as a blank image. Where are we at? SF symbols. This works in version iOS 6. And then that arrow bar, I would suggest, would be version 2.0. It's a good suggestion because I have been caught out when I add it as just a string. It just has an empty image there. Pinch to resize and drag to position. That doesn't sound right. Adjust size and position. Adjust size and position. We don't want the padding on the top, we just want padding on the bottom. Actually, we want that here. I think padding's at the bottom again. I got to make that all padding again, but I'm going to see if I like it there. Have the padding. That VStack has padding that can be there we go. And the navigation view, the title, navigation title, which will be customize navigation title bar display mode inline. Customize, add a bit more padding at the top of that, and change the accent color. Actually, I add it to the image itself, to this bit. There we go. So it's nicely centered on the screen. Ah, hang on. Those buttons need to be accent. If in doubt, add it directly to the buttons. By the way, for accent color, you have an assets you can set, define the dark and light modes. I've seen that in the assets, and I'm not sure how to actually use it. There we go. In Xcode, in assets, there is a accent color asset, how to add color to it. Click on asset color. In the attributes inspector, right panel, select color. I always turn that panel off, that's why. So if we say assets, turn that panel on, then we have, click on the color wheel for universal. In the see color section, color, show color panel. I want to have it white. And you reckon that I can set it for dark? But this is a dark mode app anyway. It's defaulted to dark mode. No, you're right. There is a button. Oh, you mean the little? I got there in the end. Yeah, I think that works. We can go full screen. We can repeat. The repeating doesn't repeat on the GIF view. All I need to do now is just remove the rendered element. So I've got to redraw, create a new animation sequence and just pull out create the subtitles, render the subtitles and display it. And while I'm there, I also when I go to customize, I want this is a test to be updated. This is a test. Customize text view style, text. We have customized text view style. Change none to light and dark. Assets. There's only a universal. appearance none, any, light, dark. Ah, cool. Thank you once again, Maxim. So what we're doing is changing that. That pushes the text to here. I added it just before on changed. So now that shows the text that we're actually editing. And the same kind of applies to here. Render should be reset. Reset, and that only appears if not settings full screen. So I wonder if you reckon if I remove this accent color, it defaults to that white. Oh, it does. So if I hit reset, I want to settings position X 0.5, Y 0.5, scale 0.5. So when I move over here and hit reset, it resets him. So if I do something silly like that, I can just reset. Reset. And I want to render this. This is going to be the annoying part. Am I still using GIF location? I don't need to recompile it because it just removed that. What I want to do, animation sequence, duration will make it 1 second, width will be animation sequence width, and height on the animation sequence grouped subtitles equals dot group subtitles. Settings dot height. Using argument parameter height. I've got height there. Then when I have grouped subtitles, we'll pull it from there. I'm hoping all that does is replaces duration. We'll make the duration the same as that. Let's just see if it... All I want to do is pull out the subtitles, but have the same width and height. Nope. instead of global, it should be main. So this is it's rendering a video frame. So I don't want it to be on the main thread, because it would, if it's like a high resolution image, it's going to lock up the interface. So this theoretically should happen in the background. I need to render subtitles. Where am I doing it normally? We had it before. Render subtitles. Here we are. So now I want to build the subtitles again on this animation sequence. Animation sequence has no... I want that. Rebuild the subtitles once complete. So I can see it's rebuilt the subtitles. Yep. So, I actually want the video frame from the normal animation sequence. Video is video frame.video frame. Not sure that's working. We don't need that there. So the frame of video, grab the current frame of the video, rebuild animation sequence to pull the rendered subtitle. To do optimization, this needs to only render the active subtitle, not all. Task, background work, main actor. Whoop, I just changed to... How does task work for structured concurrency in SwiftUI? Task, defer is loading, do. Basic task usage. The task modifier automatically creates and manages task lifecycle. Tasks automatically cancel when the view disappears. Perfect for view scoped async operations. That's handy for when I'm doing a view where I've got a timer that triggers or something in the background that triggers. Perfect for view scoped async operation. Task with ID, task ID. Manual task creation. You can create tasks manually using task. Important to handle cancellation errors. Use main actor on main actor.run. That part is what confuses me. Await main actor, fetch data, await main actor, task. Is await a Swifty type command? No, await is not unique to Swift. But is it commonly used in Swift UI? Or do people default to dispatch queue usually? Both approaches are used. The await became preferred modern approach in Swift UI since iOS 15. I'll be exploring that as I build. In the meantime, I would like this to render, please. I'm gonna grab a drink. DQ is the old one and highly discouraged. There you go. I'll be looking at replacing dispatch queue in the future. Because it's blocking and you manually do dispatch, meaning lots of things you deal with. Task is an abstraction that is outsourced. That managing to Swift. I'll have to see how it interacts with observable objects because the dispatch queue was something I had to get my head around with Swift UI. We are grabbing, so we do seem to be grabbing the subtitle frame. Oh no, it didn't do it. I was thinking it worked, but it didn't work. I'm gonna rename this subtitle animation sequence. And then this way, so get your code with dispatch queue and tell Claude rewrite with structured concurrency. Perfect for observable object, just prefix with main act. Chill gaming. Yes, he is. As your data should leave in main actor as it consumed by the view. I know what I'm doing. I'm pulling the subtitle, and the subtitle is what has the image on there. So instead of rebuilding this, instead of rebuilding everything all over again, I could probably just revert. No, probably do want to rebuild it for this instance. Ignore background video. True. Render subtitle. Boolean. Ignore background video. Boolean. False. Instead of ignore it, so render videos ignore background video. I'll keep running with ignore background video. Ignore background window. Video layer. We have background video. Ignore background video. So when I'm rendering the subtitles, I now have the option to ignore rendering it with the background video. And that should give me the video. Without any rendering in front of it. That gives me a representation of everything that I do in here. So if I change the font, the font will update here. And if I customize here, it should be reflective there. And then if I go to like the next frame and I customize that, that goes back to that rendered one. Reset. Full screen. Go here, remove that. That worked. So I think that means, I feel like that's that screen done. Not sure there's much more I need to do on there. I think that's pretty much it. Reset. Actually, that full screen reset. I might make settings full screen false, settings repeat animation true, and that reset is always going to be there. Has changed. Has changed, boolean false, on change of settings, has changed true. I think that sometimes gets triggered when it first loads though. Nope. So when I move it, then it says on changed yes, and I can reset it. Maybe I want to reset it to on appear, initial settings, I think I'm initializing it, aren't I? Initial settings. So initial settings will be its own let initial settings video settings. So I'll have initial settings set, and when we do reset, settings will go back to initial settings. That, from a user perspective, that makes a bit more sense, especially if you're editing one subtitle and you accidentally change the position in that subtitle, but you don't want it to go back into the middle. Reset, reset, reset. Once I reset it, I don't need, so I can have reset If initial settings does not equal settings, can I do that? Yes, I can. Reset, reset, reset. So I go full screen and I close, customize, and I go unfull screen over there. This will reset it to full screen. I would like to have a alert show reset alert true, because it's in that place where people might accidentally press it thinking it's save. Reset, cancel. On an editor screen, I have a reset button which shows an alert with options for reset and cancel. The functionality resets the position of the animation settings. What should it say when user clicks reset? What if you screwed it and then saved, then you have no option but to reset? Then you screwed. So we'll do text and message. Show reset alert. Show reset alert. Reset. Reset position. Your animation will return to its starting position. It doesn't return to starting position. It resets it to previous position. Maybe it's just previous position. Yeah, there we are. Previously saved settings. Reset. Reset position. This will undo your recent position changes and revert to the previously saved settings. Reset. Arrow, triangle, head. That's like a refresh. My only concern is it's in that spot. Undo. Undo sounds better. Undo, not uno, undo. My main concern is having in that really precarious position. undo. Full gives a proper. So I think, yeah, the behavior is more undo. And it's annoying if you do hit that by accident. But like if I do, so I want to set that up there. And then you have the close. Close is in the wrong spot. I instinctively want to save it. I can solve all my issues. By putting save back. So I've got save there and I've got undo over there. So do you know what? I think I'm complicating it. I think the easiest way to do it, remove all of this. And we have a cancel button that appears. Or cancel will always be visible. And then there's no point in having a reset or undo because we're just reverting back to what the previous changes were. I think I've gone full circle. So if we want to cancel it, that will reset it anyway. Save. I think I put the reset button in there initially so it reset to the default position. But I think I'm overcomplicating it. I think that's good. I think I'm happy with that. What's next on my list? Animation position. Done. Project create screen and styles. So the project create screen is this screen. That's going to need a bit of thinking. And the styles screen is this one. In fact, I think timeline and style will disappear. When you're creating a new project, you can choose the style. So the options in version 1.0, captions, play, export. Julia, thumbs up for cancel. I was really overcomplicating it. I don't know why I went down the path I did. But that works better. I think I was just used to having the ability to cancel out of it by swiping it away. So I need to think about the styles that we're creating. crashed. Yeah, I might remove the styles selection out of it. That if I work on styles, that's going to cause a lot of problems with drop. I think I'm back. Working on styles not going to be something I can do on stream. I think it renders so much of the CPU to try to render those. That optimization process I got to do off stream. So styles off stream, which is unfortunate, but like it's just not going to work. I watched your first video this morning. It is quite an inspiring video, especially when you shared your story of how you got into app development. Oh, the Hello World one? That Hello World video was literally just me turning the camera on for the first time ever and just going, right, I'm gonna do this. I'm glad you liked it. I'm happy with this. I like this. Now I've got to work out how projects will show. And the inspiration I've got to pull from heavily is CapCut. I'll remove, just reset all the projects in CapCut. Oh, I've got a lot of projects in there. Delete. So I like the way that CapCut does it. This is where I'd go in the end. Adds a weird interlacing thing to it, but I've got ability to create a project, and then you've got templates, and it's the templates. I'm calling them like styles, but I think when you create a project at the moment, this one has the option to create a project. That main screen, so we will create projects, will go underneath it. And that scrolls up and down with the preview. When I create, that will bring up a first step will be yes, the Hello World app, says Hassan. Make me want to get started as well now. Awesome. What do you do at the moment, Hassan? everyone's been to the park and they're back now. It's a nice day out there. 21 degrees. What was I going to call them? Styles. Themes works as well. Theme styles. And then in the future, I'd want to add templates to it, like what CapCut does, but that'll be well into the future. And a template would be like adding extra elements to it. What's library? I reckon. So at the moment, what it's doing is it's got the templates from ScreenRiz. It's based off the code of ScreenRiz. So ScreenRiz, you can select a template and then select an image, and then it generates the video. So that's the code that it's based on. And then I've got the projects at the top. And that's not as user-friendly when I'm dealing with subtitles. Because we would have the list of subtitles at the bottom, so I want the projects to be bigger and just side by side. The create new project be at the top. Create new project opens up scenes. I won't do scenes on stream. And then in the future, I'll have a tab view at the bottom, and the tab view will be just pretty much what CapCut has. Edit and templates, and then settings. His phone's getting quite warm. So I think I'm not overcomplicating it. We load it up, project's the same. Instead of it being a horizontal view, it's a vertical view, and we get rid of the templates. My only concern with that is when you've got no projects, when you first load it, every time I load it, well, I'm still caching at the moment, but yeah, every time I load it, maybe the first time that behavior works. So my only concern is if you load it for the first time and don't have any projects in there, all you're going to see is your latest projects, but they're all pretty much empty. So we can remove this scroll view. I think that's one. No, we want to keep that scroll view, but that goes. So much code that I pulled out of this. I want it to be a grid. Oh, it is a grid. Grid, we want it to be a vertical grid with columns. Columns will be 2 columns. This gets added up to here. We do want the title. What am I doing, eh? So we want the title. Title gets displayed. I show my projects underneath it. At the moment, when it's empty, it straight away loads up the image selection screen. So my project's clear. I want to have the... We can remove test. I can't remember what that is. Oh, this is me testing the subtitles. We've got some code in there to unlock premium. I'm going to turn the photo picker off while I'm working on this. And I guess I could be building this do I have any global? Yes. Instead of going back and forth to the simulator, I reckon I can just code it straight in here. There we go. It's going to be, I'm just concerned it's a bit boring. Layers, so create new project. I had the V stack there. I think that adds some padding to it. It's got padding leading. That had the padding leading because the scroll bar, that the project scrolled off the page, and I wanted it to not be padded on the outside. New project. That will always be my projects. We can clear all when not set. If animations count is nothing else, we show them. Because I've got all the functionality there. It's just a bit boring, this page. Create project. I guess in that respect, like, the CapCut page is boring too, right? It's not necessarily the first screen people see. What they'll see first, when you first load it up, you see the onboarding process, and then whether I show style first, like show the styles first, or show the ability to select the video first. Is the question. And I liked your idea of having it as like a tab view almost, where it slides through the progression, but I think the photo view has to be a sheet. I do HStack. Background. If I thought my computer was running hard before the CPU, now with the preview on, spacer, yeah, I knew it was gonna crash. It's all running slow. Okay, we avoid doing it like that. Oh, it came back. Create new project. Onboarding, generally boring. I run the app for captions, show the screen where I can choose the video and add captions. I guess there is a very specific use case. I can see your point. Create new project. Don't like the title being so big there. Bold. We're going to have, I'm not sure what I'm doing with this bit of code there. Color theme. I'm gonna go with the color theme. I don't even like that. Foreground color white. Button style prominent. Bordered prominent. Long boring paywalls lead to more paying customers from another app found on YouTube, and a lot of successful apps have it. What's your take? When I start adding a paywall, so when you add a paywall and you need to communicate to the user what the app does to convince them to start a free trial from the onboarding process. So they've downloaded an app and you need to demonstrate in the onboarding process that what the app does is what they're looking for. And if you can convince them that what they're looking for this app will achieve, then there's two things that you can ask for. There's a review, and you'll be surprised how many people will actually submit a review from the onboarding screen, and then the ability to sign up for a free trial from the onboarding screen. So I've got two onboarding screens that I use. One which is the stock standard Swift UI type deal. I'll try to find an example. So this app will ship with my normal onboarding screen. I'm just loading it up, trying to look for it. Real estate calculator. So this is just the Swift UI type onboarding screen. So this version of the app will ship with this. I'm not trying to convince the user to sign up for the app at this stage. I'm just showing them what the app can do. And then the paywall that's working really well, the onboarding that's working really well for me at the moment is in my AI scanner apps. I'm just deleting my AI scanner app so I can show you. App Store, fish identifier, AI scanner. So when I add optimization, add a paywall, this is the onboarding process. So it's much more, it demonstrates what the app is going to do. And then it prompts for the paywall. So the objective there is to have any of the questions of what they think the app's going to be used for answered in that onboarding process. But like I said, for version 1.0, to get this out the door without monetization, it's going to be just the normal Swift UI type onboarding that just says what the app can do. Make a circle plus button at the bottom right. I think that's kind of a Android type of way of adding it. Since you've just joined, Nick, the inspiration I'm pulling from is CapCut. And CapCut has a pretty boring project creation screen. What am I drinking? It is an energy drink. I'm drinking Ultra Gold. So that paywall, that onboarding process, I want to add that onto GitHub as well. Hopefully I didn't blast everyone's ears. I've switched back to the screen that blasted before. Yeah, but I'm going to add that onboarding process to my GitHub in the future, but it's a bit rough around the edges. I'm a bit embarrassed to release that one. Ultra Gold to attract revenue. I've been getting more into the really grape flavored ones, but they're very expensive in Australia because they get imported from the US. And I'll try to limit to 2 energy drinks a day, otherwise I get a bit twitchy. This is my second one. I'm not convinced that I like this whole page. I am creating an app that automatically adds captions to videos. When no projects are displayed, it shows an empty screen with a create new project. It's boring. What should I do with it? Don't code it for... Ah, you've coded an example. That was unexpected. It's just coded up what it thinks it should look like. And I actually like it. Yes, this is my onboarding that I'm going to ship with. This is literally the one for Screen Riz there. Can't use Claude in EU. So this is what it's going to ship with it. Just say welcome to best auto captions, and then it'll have some of the features in there. If animations count is none, then it's a lot of code here. Create project empty view. On create, or call it action, keep it consistent. Create project empty view. Make it Swift UI. Here's the template. Claude is super cool. Can't use in the EU. Do you have ChatGPT in the EU? Did they allow that one? Pro tip: select right-click, refactor, extract view. What does that do? Oh, that might like create its own file with a view. Refactor, extract selection to file. So at the moment I'm cutting it, opening up a new file, and then cool. I have ChatGPT and Claude Playground. I've never heard of Claude Playground. Claude. Let's see how well it went creating that view. We don't need a maximum file size. We don't need supported video file formats or limit on file size. What could I add to the footer? Add under button instead. Feature row. Transform your videos with automatic captions. Import a video to get started. Create a project to get started. get started. I do want it to be dark mode. Right click, extract subview. Embed in HStack. Oh, cool. I always do this manually. Embed in ZStack. Ah. Start your first caption project. Transform your videos with automatic captions. $140. I think I'm getting... I don't think this is the view that's shown when there's nothing, because when there's nothing we'll show a photo view to edit to load a photo. I do like the style of it. It's I need to select something that's not the root view. Command Shift A. Oh. I'm forever searching for it up here. Create project view. We don't need the features. Command Shift F. Ah, cool. Create new project. Create new project will be action. That action will be show photo picker true. We can remove that and that. We'll put that in the V stack because we want the padding either side. Navigate the file. Command Shift. Is that a 0 or an O? Open quickly. If I want to find render. Oh yeah. Render subtitle. That was O. Open. O for open. A did action. Cool. That's going to come in handy. If we have the none here, I want to have that minimum height 400. No projects to display. We want that just to be slightly faded out. I don't know why it's not. Oh look, I could have done that H stack there instead of doing all that. Background color green. How high is that going up? Padding bottom. This is the text I show when people view my app for the first time. What should it say when they are returning or have used before? I don't want it to welcome them back. I just want to have a title and subtitle that is reflective of the purpose of the app. App is called Best Auto Captions. No Mouse Club. I reckon I watched someone use NeoVim to code. No mouse. I thought, well, that looks pretty efficient. Welcome to Best Auto Captions. Not sure I'm 100% convinced on this just yet. That scroll view. Let's see what it looks like on the phone. Hello, Ryan Zaid from United Arab Emirates. Now, I don't mind it. I'm not 100% convinced that I like it, but I don't mind it. And then I want to see what happens when I do add a video. It's not adding it under there. So ideally it should start to show the videos underneath it. But the grid width I haven't set, maybe. The animation thumb view, I would like that to this is the old code from originally what it was doing was on screen res. It shows an example of the image with the background on there, but that's obsolete with this app. That's not required. So all I want to do is just get the, so we'll say observed object animation sequence image on appear. You I'm still using dispatch because that's what I know, so you can't judge me for it. I want to render the image, and we've done this already. We did this already on customizing. On appear, we render the frame. All I want to do is grab this code, render frame. So all I want to do is render frame on appear, CG image, at frame 15, frame 30. We want the maximum value of animation sequence duration. We want the minimum, so either it or renders the duration or frame 0. That will show the image, CG image be CG image from frame. How do I render a CG image? UI image, CG image. We want that to fit. Not fit, we want it to fill. And then the mask be rounded rectangle, corner radius 6, maybe 8. If it hasn't, while we wait for it to render, we'll show a progress view. And on appear of the entire stack, we'll render the frame. What am I writing multiple times? The rendering the first frame. Okay, this one. We have the nice project view. That renders the first frame, that renders 30 frames into it. And I want my projects. Trying to think the best way whether I create a view for the whole element, but I think I will create a view just for these ones for the time being. What do we say? We can do extract subview. Did that work? I don't know what I did. Okay, what did I do? My projects. Projects list view, call it. Delete animation, delete all animations. Animation manager, I've got environment, animation manager, animation sequence. That sets the current one. Load project templates. I think that no longer needed. Clear all, delete all animations. That can move to our project manager, animation manager. Remove all animations already in there. But we're going to delete them. Delete animation, remove animation, delete all files. Animation manager, remove all animations. No, just one, just remove animation, which will be animation. In the content view, we want animation manager, remove all animations. Remove all animations. Saves. We can. Doesn't need to be async. The project templates were recently used templates. Don't need that in there. Create a thumbnail and cache the first thumbnail. Yeah. I could, in the animation, when it renders the video, what I probably could be doing, you're right, setting the first frame cached. I doing here? Clear all. Must be getting late there, Maxim. Must be getting very late. I feel bad. It's getting warm here. It's pretty early, 4:44 a.m. I think once I've got this screen done, I'm nearly done with this, so I'll just show the projects. I think then I'm pretty much wrapping it up for the stream, and then I'm going to be working on styles, but I can't do the styles on stream because it just kills the processor. For some reason this is not showing. Color green. I've already done my work for the day. We'll nap after lunch. So that's not showing anything. Projects list view. Maybe I'm not showing the project list view is why. My projects. Projects list view. Animations. Animations. Did I get a chance to look into inject then? No. Create project, that adds it in there. I want the width and the height to be the same. We talked about this before, how to get the width better. In SwiftUI there is an alternative way to get width and height instead of using Geometry Reader. What is that way? I'll be ready for the stream again and we'll try to code my tennis scorekeeper. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back on the following day, my Thursday. What was the way that you were saying works better than Geometry Reader? Can we search? I can't even search chat. Because what I want to do is I want to have the width and the height set. Width, CG float. That'll be nil to start off with. On appear, if width nil. Visual effect. Using visual effect. Ah, yes. In SwiftUI you can use visual effect proxy. Width equals proxy size width. think I might have to set contextual closure type sendable expects 2 arguments, one to be used in closure. Empty visual effect has no member size. Effect proxy. Type cannot conform to visual effect. Z-stack can't apply to it. I'm going to save this as a code snippet. No, still can't. I'm going to get to work first. I made a mistake. The visual effect modifier is specifically for applying visual effects, not for getting dimensions. Seems I mixed up the visual effect modifier's purpose. It's meant for visual effects like blur, scale. That doesn't seem to work for me. Maybe it's because I'm targeting an earlier version of iOS 16. Yeah, it's in iOS 17. I'm going to have to abandon that one. I wanted to check that out because it does seem a bit easier than doing it the way I'm about to do it. Background, color, clear, on appear, geometry, reader, reader, proxy in, on appear, self width equals proxy dot size dot width. And then what that should do is set the width, but I might have to put it onto a outside Z stack to get the proper width. Let's see. Yeah. Z stack. That's not working as expected either. Background blue. Projects list view. Background red. So it's definitely I guess spacer. So all I want to do is just get the width of the element. Oh, we get to use the task. This is not working the way that I thought it would. Let me just try hstack spacer background. I will do rectangle. Foreground color. I'm running out of colors to test with. Orange. There we go. So that has set that, but I can't see. So that'll be clear. Background rectangle. Will that work? No. Z stack. Use grid in this case. I'm using a lazy grid. So I want, my assumption is that I don't want it to be loading everything all at once. I want it to lazily load. Oh, yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay, we've got it showing what we want it to show. Add another one. Add another one. So now our projects show the way I'm expecting them to show. I can remove the green. Let's say open animation, and it'll be animation sequence void. Open animation, animation, content view. Open animation will be animation in, animation sequence equals animation. That should let me open it, reopen it. Get rid of the blue. Want more rounded corner, be that corner there. I don't need my projects to show when there's no projects. And when I add a new one, that goes top left. And I'd like to be able to delete it. Remove, remove, remove. And my projects. No projects to display. Create a new project. I add a project in there, adds a project under there. I can clear all, have it all. I think that's what I like. Create a new project will either load up what it's doing now, the video, or the styles, and then I think it'll load up the styles first. Or will it? Actually, what it will do is open up this, and then it'll have a preview of the first set of subtitles that'll display, that you can switch through. So the styles will display over top of the video. That might be quite CPU intensive, but we'll find out. But that's what I'll be doing off stream. I'm not 100% convinced that I love this, but it's much better than what it was before. Clear all. And we're good to go. It's nice. I don't mind it. I don't love it, but I don't mind it. I might customize it in the future. So, as well as a bunch of keyboard shortcuts that I've learned today, what I've got done today is changing the animation position. So now this is all customizable. And the project screen, which it's good. It's not 100%. I think it needs a bit more work, but I think it's a good starting point. And styles, I'm not going to do styles on stream. That's just going to be a nightmare. For images, aspect ratio, content mode, fill. Let's have a look. Project list. I've got content mode fill, aspect ratio 1. Yes, I've got aspect ratio, content mode fill. I don't know what the aspect ratio, yeah. That's what you mean, right? So I'm pretty much, tomorrow I've got a content creation day, so I'm not coding. And then I'm back on Thursday, Australian time, coding. Let me just see my list. So in terms of to get done, show recent. I need to have templates going to be scrapped from version 1.0. Need to work on optimization, animation position on screen. So I got to work on the styles, optimization of the code to make it run better, and then clean up. So I should be able to launch by the end of the week. I'm excited by that. So Thursday and Friday I'll be back to coding. Alright, it was great coding along with you again. Maxim, get some sleep. See ya.